Yeah, it's just shocking. There's a shocking amount of noise coming through. I'll just check to see what it sounds like. Test, test, test. It's not too bad. Test, test, test. Cool. So I haven't had much time recently to get any more work done on this, but I did do a little bit in the background to make things a little bit easier. I figured out how to stop 3ds Max from bugging every single time I convert a mesh, which is going to help out immensely in the future. And I also went through and got all the, well, so many folders open. I had to remember how to mod Total Annihilation as well, so that I could get all the things I needed. So, believe it or not, this is just about every texture in the original game of Total Annihilation. Just bear with me for a second to chuck the screen off. And back. Yeah, so believe it or not, this is every texture in the original Total Annihilation. There is only, what, 750 files. And they're all very, very small textures. So like, say if you went to like look at a camo or like a texture for a building or a texture for a unit, like these are the original like camo files and stuff that we used. That big. We're talking pixels, right? And out of all of the shit that's in Total Annihilation, they got it to work with just that. Now it's going to be slightly annoying because I put a lot of work into converting a lot of these textures into higher res versions and making them look good. And I don't have any of it anymore because of all my backups being gone. So there's going to be a lot of work there to get done. But what I do still have to get done today is I got to get the UV mapping undone, done properly. So I'll have to go through this model and get that done. That's kind of where I got up to. So last time I managed to get a wing done, I believe. There it is. No. So that's the bottom. And my mouse is being a pain in the ass and double clicking every time. Look at that. That's new. Hopefully that doesn't actually move anything. But see, like some of the meshes are actually quite small, like that one there. Like if I was to get that one and whoop, not that one. If I was to get that one and do a width squish like that, it would increase the amount of size that's being displayed on it. I could make that smaller because it takes up less space technically. That small part there, make that bigger, make that bigger. You get higher resolution texture width-wise. That big panel, that panel, that panel. Yeah, like the rest of it's pretty much 1-1. Like it's pretty close. That one could be skinnier. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, make it wider. Selecting the whole faces, which is not what I wanted to do. Why is it doing that? Oh, it's because I got face select. That's why. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, like that will be fine. That's high enough resolution, I reckon. I'll probably squeeze them down a little bit. So. I'll leave it like that. Perfect. Done. Happy. So that's one wing done. So basically now all we got to do to fix this, get this finished. So when this rotates, it's going to be including the cylinder there as well. So technically that's part of the same file. Do I need to include it on the same texture? Probably. Can't remember. I actually can't remember. I don't know if I can attach it. So, well, let's have a look. Okay. So when we go into the mod files for Battlefield 1942, this is when we're actually going to start modding and actually modding. Don't know if I've got it all extracted yet, but I'm going to have to go there and do that at some stage. Remember where I put all the tools. There we go. So in objects. So what we're going to look at is we're going to look at how landing gear work. So if we have a look at the, say, BF109, and we go to objects. Now I've always used TextPad. So even like the first thing you'll see when you look up like modding, it'll be like, hey, use TextPad. I've used TextPad since I started modding Battlefield, which was, I've used TextPad for, God, like 20 years. Or more. Even before I started using it to mod Battlefield. Now, because it's really good, it enables you to do some stuff that you can't really do anywhere else. You can make macros and stuff, which can aid greatly when you're trying to change like the same, like an animation name across 50 different files, which is what I used to do. So if we look here, we've got BF109 wheel back, right? So mobile physics, collision physics, response physics, wheel back spring. So these wheels, that's just the back wheel. right? Now the one that we want is the landing gear. Now see how it's got min rotation and max speed, max acceleration and all that? And gear down height, gear down engine input. This is the stuff that actually gets it to activate when the plane's like slowing down, coming in for landing, and that's how you set up the like a wing or something to fold when it's or unfold when it's taking off. Then you treat it like a landing gear, and Battlefield treats it no different from anything else. And because it's still got collision physics and everything like that, it's still technically part of the mesh and can be damaged. Though there's more to that. There's more to work out. So the question that I had is can you add a template onto it? So that template there, where it's got object template, add template, that template, that geometry is the 3D model. So in this case, when we create this, that whole thing there would be that, right? And then when we add this template, which is the wheel, that adds the wing to it, right? So to add the wing to it, this is why I love this application. See when I'm searching that? It's like mark all, give me a list of where all the marks are, and all that lovely sort of stuff. That isn't actually in this file. So what I got to do is I got to go into physics, I think. There it is, wheel. So it's got geometry, has mobile physics, has collision physics, has response physics. So that's the right way to do it. You have the landing leg strut, and you have the wheel that's attached to it, and that's the way it's modeled on the BF-109, if I remember right. God, it's been a while. So that's how you set it up to work. Now, it's actually a spring, so it's set up as a spring in this case. Now, I wouldn't create it as a spring. I'd create it as a I'd actually create it as a I forgot about the air brakes and everything like that. Now, when you're adding has mobile physics, has collision physics, and response physics, that's like adding function. That's like adding the library for the functions. If you have anything successive on any other files, it won't be able to set those things on it unless you have these. They're like flags that determine how it works. I've done so much experimentation over the years that I was modding to find out how they all worked. I still don't know how they all work. I figured most of it out by trial and error. And yeah, so that's that one there. So what you'd want to do is you'd want to create a simple object for the wing, or possibly a bundle. I'll figure out how to do it anyway, because it's got to have a collision mesh. That's the only thing. So I'm just trying to think if I can work this out without having to add the UV unwrap to it. I still can't remember exactly how that works. Now, when you go to export it as a model, you do model export. You don't auto-generate. You create your own LEDs. That's the best way of doing it. Yeah, you got your low and your high detail collision meshes. So that's for like terrain, and that's for objects. And when you're setting your textures, it's all got to do with the material IDs. So that's how you set your when you have a thing like that there, and you want to change the what is it? Can't remember when it's the material browser manager. It's been too long since I've done this. I think you can just hotkey it to M. Fuck! No. I remembered that after 20 years. Okay, so it's on M. So what you do is you have that selected, and see how that's set to 0, 1 default. That's 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When you're setting up collision meshes, each one of these will be a damage type. So when you're setting your material, you like select a face. I'll just close that off for a second there. I might be able to do it on the unwrap. Okay, so when I select that face, I can actually assign, say, that to that. As you can see, it's only assigning it to the whole object. So, like, that's the limitation, is that when you're trying to add a texture to it, you gotta go into the diffuse bitmap, and in here you can set the actual texture that you're wanting to assign to it, and the bitmap that is in here is basically the directory, like, name that it sets in there is what will actually end up being exported in the file when you actually want to look at it. So I'll see if I can actually get this now. I'll get out of perspective. Let's see if we can actually put this on active shade. Oh, don't you dare bug out on me. I broke it. Pretty sure. Close. Okay. Yeah, so I figured out the way to fix it when it does that stuff as well. You just show desktop, go back in. Fixed. How do you do it again? View. Can't believe it's not letting me view active shade. I suppose I can just do it as a render. See if that works. Ah, there we go. but it does not want to use active shade. That's going to make things interesting, but we can work with it. I wonder if I go out and then go back in, if it'll then it'll let me do it. No, just doesn't want it. Not let me do it at all. Okay. Alright. Yeah, big, yeah, black background and everything like that, so it makes it a little bit harder to see. But that item there's got that mesh on it. The texture from that file. And as you can see, it looks a little bit wonky. The lines on it. But that's to be expected. But anyway, when it's set up like that, where it's got in here, where it's got the bitmap and it says what that directory and all that sort of stuff is, if I remember right, when you actually export it, it loses that directory setting. And it will just be like /units / like the texture. Well, it'll be /textures. Something like that. To show you exactly how it works, try doing a model import. I don't know if it will load the actual textures and everything, but okay, so we want the is it folder import? No. See how it's got detached materials? That's what I was talking about before. So we want the visible mesh, collision mesh, shadow. We'll do an aircraft, just to make it easier. I'm not sure if the SM meshes are in this file or not, but we'll find out. No, they're not. We'll have to extract them. One sec. Go away. Lol. I haven't extracted it all yet. I think it's in the mod kit. It's being RFA edit, isn't it? Win RFA. Okay. So meshes, standard mesh. It's the one we want. And extract all that to. I can't remember the exact naming convention, so I'll just throw in a couple of things. There we go. Okay, so if we want to load up the, say, the fuselage of it, that will be in that file. BF109 fuselage. Now you got your L1 and your M1. Can't remember exactly what the difference. I think the L1's the LED level or something. Alright. So that's that bad boy imported there. Now it looks like a big blob. Now there's a reason for that, because it's actually imported all the meshes and stuff as well. If H, oh my god, I remember the key. I remember that from memory too. Selecting objects. So you've got the I don't even know what that is. Oh, that's the collision mesh. Yep. So that's the second collision mesh, and that's the shadow, and that's the actual 3D model. Right. So that's the actual the 3D model. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to have a look at this. If I press M, pull up the material manager, right, and see how we got these IDs set down here. We got one that's set as material, like that material there, and that's under Battlefield RS, wherever that is. And we got that second one there. So it's a main object with sub-objects. Now if we do an unwrap on this now, if I can remember how to do it. That's the full unwrap model there. Notice how it's, when it's been imported, it's not sitting in the actual box like it should be. So I'm gonna probably have to have a little bit of a fiddle around with that to figure out exactly what's going on there. But if you have a look at this, if I go to ID 1 and ID 2, see how there's two different files? So you can have something that's the same mesh running off two different textures. And the way that that works is you set it here. So the first bitmap that it's running off is off BF10901_H, and the second one is running off BF109_02H, which will be in the textures folder. How it's actually done. Now it's actually surprising that there's no normal map, because I seem to recall that I used to include the normal maps, so I don't know why there's no normal map. But we'll work that out. I think that's only on like items that have like specular reflection. Is it specular reflection? I can't remember exactly. Things like glass, but like this thing's got a cockpit, so it's interesting that it hasn't been set as a see-through texture. I'm pretty sure you can see through the cockpit in these, but I could be wrong. So you got your alpha reference. Maybe the transparency map's baked into the image. It's been a while since I've done this, so I can't remember exactly where it is. But I'm pretty damn sure that you use either bump maps or normal maps to set up reflection on different things. But yeah, anyway, so that's the basic rundown. I can't remember exactly how to set it up as like a multi or sub object basic parameter. I think it's got to do with the when you, I think there's like an object browser or something like that you set it, like material ID channel or something. But anyway, I can't remember. I'll keep this open because I'm going to need to use this as a reference while I still figure out how to actually do it again. It's been that long since I've done it, I can't remember. Let's hope I can open up 2 windows. And I'm not trying for the same level of realism, obviously. I don't have the time for that. If I want to make an incredibly detailed 3D model, I'll do that when I've got time to do it. For the moment, I'm just like relearning how to do it. So if I go into the material manager, how do you do it again? There's a way to do it. There we go. Done it. So basically all I did there was create the basic thing, and then I've still got to create the multi-sub object. That's the hard part that I can't remember. It's been too long. Ah, there we go. So when you get it set up like that, you can delete all the material IDs that you're not going to use. In this case, I will be using 2, because I'll be having a different texture for the 2 different parts. So in this case, we'll call the multi-subject object. We'll call it core Fink. Yeah, level detail 1 M1. And material. Yeah. We'll keep the same naming convention. It's always good to get in the habit of doing that. It's the way. Save. So as long as I set the like if I, for instance, was to go into here, One's one color, one's another color. If I was to go into here and set that bitmap and now set it to that, any updates for the image will display in here properly. It won't be as high res as it will be in the game, obviously, because it's just a development environment, but that will be the name of the file that I've got to create as the texture. So if that's basically how you do it. So the BF10901H there, that's what they usually used for the like the name of a hull. So in this case I've got it, what units, Fink test. Copy that, make that core Fink H. And once you get used to doing everything the same way, you don't need to think about what you're naming stuff because you're just doing it as a convention. And you don't need to think of it every single time you load something. Whereas you can be chasing around after stuff and not being able to find it. There's always a reason. I do use slightly different conventions for my naming, but all in all I mostly use the same. It becomes more important when you're creating, for example, a delete that, actually, don't need it. It becomes more important when you're trying to create like a full new animation. Whenever you change the name of one animation, you have to change it in like 15 different files. So once you've got a naming convention and you stick to it, when you're creating the object templates and when you're creating the physics files and when you're creating all the standard meshes and when you're creating all that sort of stuff, as long as you're using the same name for an object, you can actually go in and do a find replace all if you want to rename it. And that's especially important, like for instance, if you like cleaning up your files, basically. So like it's just one of those really anal things that programmers do. To give you a good example of why that's important, say I wanted to put a new plane in the game and not reuse an existing folder. So not reusing existing vehicle name in the game. If you have it done right, you can copy the folder, paste it, rename the folder to whatever you want to name it, then open up every single file that's in the folder and do a replace all, changing the old name to the new name. And because you've been following the correct conventions, it won't overwrite anything that it shouldn't. Because like it only takes one bug and the entire game will crash and won't load. So yeah, it makes it a lot faster when you're trying to like prototype like a new unit. You can just like copy the directory and paste it. Okay, so that's a little bit of excess. Now I'll just unwrap this one. Okay, so I don't know if it applied it sideways. I might have to change the way that I applied that, actually. Just to make it a little bit easier on myself. I'll apply it from the I'll do it top down. That should be right. Pop that open. So that's the mesh. Of course it's fitted it perfectly in the box. I don't trust it, I never trust it. I always try to make it a little bit smaller. Okay, so if we're looking at the individual faces on this mesh, because I've done it top down, it's kind of done it like that. And that's perfectly fine, because this thing is going to be textured the same way all the way around. Doesn't really matter, I just want it to be high resolution. I don't want this to look shit. It's still going to look shit, but like at least the textures won't be that bad as they could be. So if you look at every one of these, I'll probably go on the front to give a bit better example. Every one of these faces is equidistant, and it's automatically unwrapped it perfectly, so I don't need to actually make any changes to it. But what it hasn't done is it hasn't done the front faces, because it did it on the side. So to do that, you can select it like this. Then you can drag select Alt, holding down Alt to remove the key. And that's only going to deselect everything on one side. The other way you can do it is you can select it in here. Now if you look at this, it's got that whole side selected there, which is what we want. Now there's going to be a little bit of wasted texture space on here, but it is what it is. So what I want to do is I want to change the way that that's been planar mapped. I can't remember exactly how to do it. I think it's that button there. So if I go to front, after I've got to unweld it first, so I've got to break, detach faces, detach, 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 detach. How do you do that again? Is it a right click? Can't remember. No. Break. Then you can select that as planar from this side. And what that's basically done is it's done a cross section. And because I was doing it on this screen, it's created it that way, facing that way, which is exactly what I wanted it to do. Now the part that I can't remember is how to move it out of here and get it to display in there. Oh man, remembering so much. No, it's not that. There's a way to do it. I think it's normal. Yeah, like that. Oh, okay, yep. So that changes the overall. unfold. Oh my god, that's such an easier way to do it. I can't believe I've never found that before. That still missed a couple of faces though. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, it hasn't done it perfectly. Alright. There's a way to do it. Oh, that's right. I think I remember how. So I'll just delete this mapping. Don't want it mapped like that. Select it from the top. Unwrap. Yeah, it should be back to how it was. Yep, good. Select all that. Scale it. Good. I don't know why it's not letting me undo. It's going to be really frustrating if I can't undo when I make a mistake. And it was letting me do it before, I'm almost 100% positive. I'm going to reload just in case I've broken something. There, now it's not letting me undo it. Okay. So I'm going to make the width small. Probably go about there, maybe. And then the next thing I've got to do is I've got to think about the ends of it, like the end caps. That part there. I'm going to save it there just in case I make any more mistakes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I can I'm going to try a little experiment. So if I convert that back to a mesh now, I'm going to select the faces, and then I select unwrap again. and then I go back into edit. Yeah. So it'll only do the part that you've selected. So if I go back into front, and in this case it will be definitely the front that I'm working on. And if I do it now when I've got it selected in here, and I go to edit, it still doesn't change it. Bugger. There is a way that I used to do it. I'm pretty sure it was through a planar map. But I think it's because I don't have the entire model selected. Let's see if it still retains the mapping that I had. Yes, it did. Good. Yep. Of course, it didn't select the bottom part of it. It's to be expected. You can set it to ignore things that aren't on the side that you're trying to work on. So that's the reason why I usually just do that. I'm pretty sure. So it's still got the bottom selected there. I'm almost positive that there's a key, there's a button somewhere that I can push for it to do it. I might even have to change the mat ID. So that it doesn't modify something I'm not trying to modify. Anyway, regardless, I'll break that so I can move it. That could be it there. Pretty sure it's something like that. Right. So that separates it. Now it's separated. So we got that far at least. I wonder if I can actually select the faces and just unwrap it again. From the front. Okay, so that didn't work. Got it. That's how you do it. That's what I wanted to do. That's all I wanted to do. Okay. Unfortunately, when you select faces, it's still going to select everything, but... So I can select that. Deselect everything else. Unfortunately, it doesn't actually deselect everything else. You still got to go around the sides and everything. There we go. So it's as simple as that. When I say as simple as that, it's not very simple, is it? That actually worked for a change. So do the same thing, got to detach it. Then we got to, was it planar? Do it from this side. There we go. And that time it actually worked without me having to create like another unwrap. So the reason it's not letting me select it is because it's back to front and it's reversed. So what you got to do is you have to change the selection mode maybe. I'll just do it the hard way. Like that. So unfortunately that's gonna be a problem, doing it that way. I wonder if I can do it the other way. So just do it from the front. It still won't let me do it. So we're going to change the way it does our selection then. So it's got to be on advanced options. There's a selection thing where you can actually prevent it and let you select it from either side. Maybe a line to view. Flatten. Select inverted. No. I'm almost positive this it shouldn't be this hard. I don't know if they changed something, or if it's just a setting that I don't have anymore. Oh my god. It's all because of the perspective window. Alrighty. So that will let me have a different texture for the front and the back, and also the whole tube down the middle. Okay, so we'll convert that back to a mesh. So that one's unwrapped now. So if I go to the material manager and I select this object, I can apply that to that selection, the first one, and then I can select this object and I can select this second one and apply that to that. Like so. And that should, in theory, let me combine them now as the same object, and they'll have different maps. So if I do a UV unwrap on that now, and I select that face, well, probably an easier way of checking to see if it actually worked the way I expected it to. Oh, that doesn't look right. I don't think I selected the front when I did it. Still though, I can fix that, that's fine. So yeah, I should have all of those. If I go ID 1, ID 2, ID 3. Okay. I remember now. Alright. So you select in there like that. Alright, yep. Alright, that's how you do it. Set number. No, it's not that. I love having to teach it this all to myself all over again. Map channel? Oh no, whoops. Yep, not that one. It's pretty sure that you could change it in here. Change the actual ID. I can still do a little bit of an experiment. I can set that bitmap now to that one. And that should now display in there, and if I set the other one to, say, just some stupid white color. Bitmap. Yeah, so it's still added it to the same actual. Don't want to select the end cap. I'll try doing like the planar map again. And see if I can get it to change its material channel that way. There it is! Oh my god! It's so simple. Okay. Set ID. Done. Okay. That's how you do it. So now we're just going to select the front, backs. So we'll do another unwrap on that one. Yeah, not letting me. You gotta do it to the whole item. Okay. Just make sure it's all selected. Okay, and we will do a planar on the front plane. Go into the edit. Sweet. So it kind of worked. It stretched it a lot, but okay, the same thing that it did last time. It won't let me select it unless I'm looking at it. There we go. Buggy as hell, but it works. So that's the back. When you got the space, so you might as well use it. So same thing, just select all the faces. Hey, it actually did do that one the right way. It just didn't do the back the right way. So we'll break that. Spando. Alright, that will do it. And gotta set that to map channel 2, don't we? Oops. No, not that one. The other one. After it's converted. Alright, so that's that. Material ID, so 2. Got the sax plugging in every now and then. It's better. Just turn that off for the moment. Alright. What's the next step? We're going to change that one as well. So now, you can select by ID now. So that's the way to do that. You select by ID, like so. Get a modifier, do another unwrap, edit, export. Probably get away with a 1024 by 1024 texture on this one actually. Done. So that's that annoying part of the process done. I still haven't finished doing the setup that I need to do, but we're getting there. I'm reteaching myself how to do all this shit. So technically we don't need this now. But we still got to do a center origin. So what we're going to do is we're going to affect the pivot only. For the moment, it's all of those objects together, so affect objects. So we got to move that pivot. We're going to center this. Because I'm going to have to end up doing it with all the parts anyway eventually. Easiest way to do that is to find the midpoint on the model and just click it. Done. And a good center of gravity for it too, which is highly variable, so you have to actually do this. So we want the center of gravity to be about here. So anyway, now that that's centered, I can start working on it a little bit better. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to actually, when I create the model, and do it in the actual game, I'm just going to actually create the mesh of one wing, and for the second wing I'm going to use the same mesh. I'm going to flip it over. Will that work? No, it won't. I will need two different ones. So you will need a left and right. It won't mirror properly otherwise. It's not perfect. You can't set a mirror in the when you're loading up a geometry in the game. You can do it in here, you can't do it in the game. So they still will have to be exported as different files, but they'll both use the same textures. I might as well start naming everything as well. Now this one I might try that other tricky way of doing it and just unwrap it. Fuck's sake. was hoping I might be able to do it just by squeezing it. But nope, I gotta move it. Now this one I'm definitely just going to make it easier on myself. If I can. So how does that one look? Wow. Maybe not. Unless I can do it one, like a little bit at a time. So maybe try that first. Yeah. So that will be like a cross section. It's only going to do one side at a time too, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure I didn't manage to select all of them. Ignore back facing. Oh, thank you. There it is. I've been looking for it for ages. Easy. Okay, so I want to select everything there but that. Right. Okay. So I didn't delete the face on the bottom of it, and it's been capped. Well, I can fix that. That's fine. Hide unselected, is it? Right. Because it's running a new version of Windows, I think it really, really doesn't like doing certain things. Whenever it's got to refresh the view. Beautiful. Okay. Just wish I wouldn't like stretch it like that when I do it. Oh, so it's when you still have it selected as a planar that it won't let you change it. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I do kind of want that to be seamless. I might do a planar on that one as well. Don't even know what part of the model that faces. It's internal. Yeah, okay. I can safely delete those faces too. And remind me to re-weld everything. I didn't do that to the rest of the models yet. Probably cylindrical, but we'll see what a planer looks like first. Okay, so that's a planer from the front. The good way about doing it like that is that you don't end up with any seams, but it's not very high resolution, is it? We need one from the side. Bingo. And I do believe that there's a way to get it so that the edges are the same around the sides. See if I can fucking teach myself how to do that again. I suppose I could just do it the ghetto way. Yeah. That's the way we're gonna do it. Ghetto way. Okay, so what you gotta do is you have to move this to a point that you know what it is. So we know that that is 1089. We'll make it 1089. Spot on. Okay, they're now aligned. Now what you got to do is you got to put the bottom's all right. I'm just gonna, because it's gonna be wider anyway. So calculator 1089 minus 0.94. So we're going to move it 0.15 increments, I reckon. So 0.15, 1089. like so. And now we just got to do the same thing for the middle, but we've got to increment it. So that's how you're supposed to do it, like, accurately. I think it's pretty damn close to accurate anyway. Oh. Wait, you serious? No, that's not right. Didn't copy it, that's why. So we're going 0.25 steps. Bingo. Okay. I'll fix up that mesh later for the other one. I just want to get some progress done. Oh, fuck, this is so buggy. Sweet. It's actually not too bad. Well, a little bit of a break. Gotta go to bed soon. Oh, God. It's been so long since I've done this. The good news is with the body, it's a little bit more simple. Did I say simple? Why is it doing it from the fucking side when I've got the front selected, top selected? Oh my god. Looks like I'm doing it one at a time again. At least this part is actually fairly simple. Just select everything that faces up. Oh, that's how I used to do it. I remember now. Yeah. That's all one face. What? No, it's not. No way. Oh, that is annoying. I swear you used to be able to select by polygon too. Oh, triangle. Okay, I'll have to do that all in one piece then. There's no other way around it. Definitely not attaching that to that part then. It'll make it way too complicated. Didn't think I'd have to do that part as well, but okay. Same thing, it's wrapped around. Oh, anyway, that's basically it. So that's gonna have to be planar world, planar. It's gonna be top. Edit. Zoom. What the fuck? That ain't right. That's better. Alright. So, we got that selected. Now all you got to do is just select invert. Boom. So I did miss the wing. So I'll probably do the sides next. Slick. It's probably the best it's going to get. Keep the lines nice and clean. So we'll do another planar. Why isn't it letting me align this one? Don't be that way for sure. I've got some extra stuff selected. Oh. That's better. I'm still trying to figure out what that part in the middle there that isn't attached though is. Oh, we'll figure that out later. Okay. It's not actually a visible face, it's internal. It's been capped internally, so that's another one I can delete. Should be able to hide unselected. God damn it! Of course it's not going to work. Wireframe me. See through. God damn it. I can't remember how to get it selected to delete it from the model. Pretty sure it's like transparency or something like that you gotta do. Maybe you can do ignore backfacing. Hopefully it only selects the visible ones. Okay. So if I do a select invert now, oh, nothing selected. Shit. Hate tracking down faces that when I can't find them. Maybe I can just selectively hide them. Alright. God, it's being a pain in the ass. Yeah, so it's got to be the back of the wing. Oh, got it, finally. Okay, yeah, it is. Oh god, I did it as a... I need to do it as a polygon, don't I? I wonder if I could just hide that. Oh my god. I'm laughing at myself now. So much simpler. Okay, that should do it. Unhide all. Done. Okay. Make it a bit longer. Oh, for fuck's sake. Jigsaw puzzles. Did it do it to me again? Oh, that's fucking... That is frustrating. Okay, better. Whatever that face is, that one. Oh, get rid of that. And that. see what I can do. Okay. Why has it done it like that? Oh my god. It's glitching hard. Okay. I don't know what it's got selected at the front, but I'm guessing it's the top part or something. Somewhere it's been capped. Ah, there we go. Fixed. Try and get it as close as possible. Okay. Almost there. Hmm. Done. Ah, that wasn't easy. I'd like to know why those vertices are off. I think it's just a rendering error. Proportions are completely out there, that's the only problem. Ideally I'd want those positions to be reversed, but it is what it is. Make it a big enough texture, it'll still look fine. Because basically most of the time you're going to be looking at the top of it. So... maybe left. I'll do it. I'm happy with that. Alrighty, done. Except for the gun. Oh, that doesn't look quite right either. Yep, I missed one. Oh, it's because I haven't fixed it yet. Okay. Shit. One of those vertices isn't lining up. Okay. That should just about do it, I reckon. Okay. Well, there's only one way to test it. Let's see how accurate it actually is. Oh god. Here we go. Oh, I've got to re-export it, that's why. Yeah, it's going to be a bit bigger than that. 2048. Shit. It's completely vanished. There's only one way to test it. Bingo. Yes. Oh, so there's still a couple that didn't come out either. Still got to do the internal. It's funny because I could have sworn I mapped them. What's that actually mapped then? Oh, that's front and back. That's inside on the front. Oh, I did them separately? How did I end up doing that? Okay. It's an easy fix. Oh, it only did one side, not the other one. Fixed. Try and find if I can spot anything else that's really warped. These ones. Yep. That back face looks like dog. Oh wow. Oh yeah, that's right. Let's unwrap that too. That's going to need its own individual texture. And you got the where this part wrapped around as well. Ah, that's why it looks it. Yeah, yeah. I might be able to get away with that. But not that, that's just, yeah. Okay, that can be the same texture as whatever that's going to be. That definitely doesn't need to be like that. Yeah, whatever texture that is. That'll do. No, this isn't the same file. Reload. What? Yeah, it's not the same file. Close. It's going to be some repeated textures all over the place, but there's nothing you can really do about it. Well, I could make more textures. It's always an option. Just going to see what the stretch is like on it. It's probably going to be pretty gnarly. It's actually not too bad. All things... Well, there's a bit of stretch. There's basically nothing I can do about that, but... Look at the way that goes radial up there. Stretch on that section. There. So it's definitely less detail on the bottom. Top's okay though. Mostly. Oh god, look at the back. Oh, that's so bad. Try render. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to be getting any clean lines out of that. That's for sure. Alright, that's me done for the day. Got a little bit of progress done. Retaught myself how to do it. Oh god, I missed you on chat. Sorry, mate. Just 10 minutes ago. Yeah. Flying jeeps and everything. Yeah, it's kind of tricky. Not having to get a map package. I honestly don't even know how they do that. I do know that when you do need the files, you need to and I will have to fix this up tomorrow when I've got more time. That's a dog's breakfast. But one of the biggest issues that you have with Battlefield is making changes that will work in single player, but they won't work on like multiplayer. So like server side and client side mismatches, like the engine's not really capable of everything. Like the server's not really capable of everything you can do client side. I think what I might do for this is I might use multiple high resolution textures because I'm having trouble fitting the parts that I need in to just one. It's going to complicate it because I'm going to need more than one material. Way more than one material on each vehicle, but got to get it looking good. Like, it's still going to be a bit cartoony, but what can you do? I mean, once I've finished doing the texturing and everything. The majority of it's okay. It's just like there and there that I really got to fix up. It does look like a nice little bird of prey there. So the vehicle that this is actually based off, before I duck off, is God, did I even get it working? I think I did. No, it's here. So this is the original 3D model. How do you do the thingamabob again? It's mouse wheel. Can't remember. Maybe I'll try unit viewer. Oh wow. No. Bow, denied. Oh, I'm actually moving it around, that's why. But yeah, so not incredibly sophisticated. It's got that. Oh, there we go. That's the perspective view. So that's like the really old school way of making mods for Total Annihilation as well. So we've gone from that to that. I don't know, it's pretty close. Mine looks better, obviously. But yeah, so we've got most of the way along the process, and once I've got a couple of models sort of ready, like I'll have templates that I can go through and fix up later. But yeah, save. Oh my god, I can't believe I haven't saved in ages. Pretty sure I grabbed myself another drink, I just don't know where I put it. Anyway. Yeah, so the way that you used to select your faces when you were modding TA to apply the textures and everything is you had to do it like this. So it's got a grand total of 49 faces. How many did I end up with? 1025? That's alright. So I'm still gonna have to go through and fix up the textures and everything, but pretty good effort considering how long it's been since I've done any of this. On that note, thank you for tuning in. If you're watching me on a path of rediscovery, the next thing I got to do next stream will be probably fixing up those the UV unwrap for the parts that are warped, and then getting into actually creating the textures. I'll be using existing textures as inspiration. It's got a bit of a desert camo pattern in game, but one of the other things is because it's you don't really set team colors in Battlefield the same way. So to do that, I'll have to obviously use like core colors, and I think I extracted all that, didn't I? Yeah, I did. So I've got all this to play around with. I'm not as good with the Photoshop side of it, and I'm not as good with the even the 3D modeling side of it. I'm not, like, I taught myself how to do 3D modeling and how to do all the like the textures and everything like that. I've had like very vague tutorials and shit that taught me how to use 3ds Max, and like that's why I'm probably doing everything wrong, because I have never gone to school on it. But at the end of the day, when I did have this mod going in Battlefield 1942, I had 4 different aircraft, 3 different tanks, redid all of the infantry weapons, all of the special effects, 1 landing craft which actually dropped tanks on beaches, so like it like the Envoy or whatever in Total Annihilation was like a transport ship, and it would pick up the tank and like drop it on the beach, and then pick up the next tank, and that's how it like unloaded. And the way that I managed to get it working in Battlefield 1942 was I made the down ramp doors swing out from the transport ship, massive ship, and it, like on Omaha Beach or whatever, and it would actually swing the tanks out, and then the AI would spawn into the tanks as soon as they were above land. So, and I also had amphibious tanks, and when I say amphibious tanks, I don't mean tanks that were on the surface of the water floating. I mean amphibious tanks that were underwater. And I got them to work with the AI by putting a water engine in that ran continuously when it was underwater. So the AI didn't need path mapping. All you had to do was spawn the tank in the right spot and heading in the right direction, and the AI would spawn in, and 15-20 seconds later they'd up onto a beach. But if you were controlling it, you could basically take it anywhere you wanted, but like you were driving around on the floor of the ocean rather than like on top of the water, if that makes any sense. Obviously hovercraft and stuff like that with the jeeps. I only ever had the Road to Rome expansion pack. I didn't have the Secret Weapons of World War II expansion, so there was a lot of stuff in the engine that I didn't have access to, and that I do now. So there's some new stuff that I can do, and path mapping and everything for levels and level design. It's a lot more understood now than it was back then. Like when they were creating Project Reality, Desert Combat and all that sort of stuff was pretty much when I was making the original mod. So like they figured out how to do it when I was like in hiatus because of uni and work. And so now there are actually proper tools to do that, all the path mapping and everything. The way that it's kind of done, is that there's like an image map. It's like a height map almost, and that's like your pathing map, which determines where the AI and everything's going to go. And you can set like strategic locations and weighting for the AI so that they choose to go in specific directions. And you can also do that with all the weapons and stuff. So like the difference between the mods that I made and the mods that a lot of the other people were making is that they didn't have AI that worked with the vehicles. I had it working with the vehicles. I had VTOLs. So I had planes that could take off and land vertically. The AI obviously wouldn't land, but like they'd spawn and take off vertically. So in terms of like reloading ammo and all that sort of stuff, you never needed to worry about the AI running out of ammo because it's hard coded that they don't run out of ammo, if I remember right. But yeah, like you could create structures that spawned other vehicles or structures. So like equivalents of like an anti-tank gun and stuff like that. You could drop like a spawner and it would spawn like an anti-tank gun. Obviously, with no limit on it, the servers would crash because you couldn't like specify like a max limit or anything like that. So it was never really intended to be like a multiplayer thing with lots and lots and lots of players, because if you had 12 different players playing, you'd crash the game within about like 5 minutes. But it was really good as a single player mod. Like it made the game enjoyable to play single player. And that was after I made all like the realism mods and stuff like that. So once I get through and like make some of this stuff and start getting some of my my like mod pack RFAs going. I might even jump into doing some of the realism stuff as well. But yeah, all a work in progress. I put so much work into it. It's unbelievable how much time I spent doing it. Yeah, so definitely got to fix this. I've got to remap that whole part. I've got to remap that. Actually, I think the mapping on here's on the back here. It's fine. It's just this part that's really balked, and that part. So it shouldn't be too bad. But a lot of the features that you had in Battlefield 1942, like that you don't really find or notice when you're playing other versions of Battlefield, is like, say for instance, like cannons and stuff, like recoiling when they fire. So like you could set so that weapons would actually recoil, like a tank barrel. You could make it so it like actually goes back like it should, like actual recoil. But yeah, I'm happy with the progress I've made. For bonus points, I'll play a tiny bit of BF. Hopefully it doesn't crash. I think I got it. I think I've got it working. I think. I also don't know how I did it, but at one stage I had Battlefield running with most of the files actually completely extracted. What is it? So I okay. So there's so much stuff here, like Card and Chaos, Marshall Island, I think. No, Marshall Island was a map. There are quite a few maps that are new that I've never played. Battle Axe was one of my best testing maps. That was insane. I used to play Wake Island in LAN parties against just like friends. Like we'd have like 3 of us, 4 of us, like at a LAN party. Probably the best match I ever had. I was playing against two people by myself, and I managed to beat them on Wake Island. satisfying me then. See, I used to like playing this single player. And like that's, like it did it all the time to have fun. Leave it on. Chuck it on hard. Okay. And being able to like play asymmetric, like Axis is different from Allied, Allied are different from Axis. What resolution is this running at? Man, I haven't played this in so long. This is legit the first time I've actually played a game of Battlefield 1942 in close to 15 years. See if I can still remember where everything is. Remember when engineers on Allied didn't have the Garand? And they had like just the bolt action rifle? See if I need to reverse my controls or not. Yep. That might be a problem. Oh man, I don't have any of the keys set up. Okay, so fire, X, crouch, crouch, crouch. Oh no, when the last time I set them up, I probably didn't even save it. That's better. Come on, give me a plane. No auto reload here. I'm actually getting kills. Whoa, blade. Restart. I want to get in a plane. Oh, wow. That resets the sound. What about the controls? Okay, so it doesn't reset the controls. I forgot how hardcore the planes were. Okay, we'll go with the bomber then. Oh, that's better. Yep. Nuked. Trying to remember what the keys are. God. You gotta admit the AI is pretty damn good in this game. For how old it is. Work of fucking art. So I'm pretty sure I didn't get killed by a Daihatsu. Pretty sure I got killed by the destroyer that was sitting behind it. Because that was instant death. Okay. Yep. Already damaged. Parachute's key 9 or something, isn't it? Oh my god, I haven't learned how to play again. We're losing, man. And being able to force AI out of equals. Pretty sure you can do that. Wow, getting bombed. That's right. This game punishes you severely for flying at low altitude and stuff. You gotta fly properly. So look at the flight ceiling. Oh my god. It's so bad. Look at how many of them there are. No order repair. I used to be able to land this thing, like, on a strip of land like that. Oh, okay. That's right, the guns are at the front, aren't they? I think I'm half the reason our team's losing. Well, we're not losing yet. Oh god, look at the tanks. Oh god, look at the destroyers. Hold down W. The flight ceiling's way too low. That was one of the first things that I modded. So you could fly higher. That might be why. Oh, team kill. Oh. Machine guns. Hey, remember the key. That destroyer's gonna fucking shoot me, I know it. Yep. There's only one way to even get close to winning now, that's to swim. I don't know if you can even do that. Like how long until you die if you start swimming? Yeah. Get taken out by that thing. Pretty sure he can't swim across the whole way, but I'll find out. Can't remember if there was a swim timer the same way there used to be. Uh-oh. God, they're getting taken. Yeah, there's the swim timer. I knew there was one. I'm not gonna make it. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Can do it. Remember, you have to be like right on, like as far across as you can, and then like straight that way. The damage I've taken might mean that I can't make it. I used to be able to beat this against the AI on extreme. There were so many little tricks, but it was modded to hell. Yep, there we go. no! I'm blind. Alright. I remember enough about it now. It's why I used to like Wake Island, because it's such a challenge. Okay. The first thing you got to do is you got to take out as many landing craft as possible. You got to stay away from the path of the machine guns. That means staying away from that destroyer, even though it's the first threat. I can't remember if there was a mouse look key. Left shift. Yeah. I knew there was. Okay. Oh. All right. So the AI is actually using grenades. Hit. Gotcha. Getting bombed as well. Lol. Hit. Hit. Oh, destroyer's on the move. Oh. I should say a cruiser. It's a cruiser. Light cruiser, probably. Possibly even heavy cruiser. Got him! Well, they capped our main point anyway, so that's going to make things difficult. Gotta get that airfield back. Here we go! Bail out! How do you tell him to get out? There's a command for get out, I remember. F7. Yeah. Whoa. There's a tank. That's a bomb. Whoa! Thou shalt not pass. Holy crap. They are really trying to kill me. And I am running out of ammo. Gee. This wouldn't be happening if they had a bow gun. No! Switch to your weapon, that's always faster than reloading. I don't know how they can been able to continuously spawn there. They must be rushing up so many reinforcements from that other flag. Ah, beautiful. Well, we can do something about that. I was going to remember how to tell these guys how to do stuff. I think it's F7 hold. Hey Adept, how you going? Actually, I wasn't, no. So it's not picking up sound from the game? Is it working now? I mean, you can probably hear me, right? But... I do have the volume turned down pretty low, but from what I can see, it should be picking it up. It's picking up the music. Oh shit. Ah, fuck. Not paying attention. Oh, excellent. Thank you. Yeah, so I got a bit more modding done. I don't know if you've been paying attention to like the later streams, but I started like modding it again. Having to reteach myself how to use 3ds Max and do all the mod files and everything. Oh god, there's a tank. Where's that tank? I need that tank. I need to kill that other tank. Trust me not to bring an actual an ashtray. One sec. Yeah, so we got split up at work because of COVID. Split shifts, so I'm starting later than usual, which explains why I'm still drinking at 7:20. Definitely my last drink though. Yep, tank. And I got sniped. It's like, oh no. I'm gonna have to... Oh no. I think we've lost it. I'm playing on hard difficulty, so they've got way more people than we do. They've got 43 players, we've only got 21. And we've lost points. Let's see if we can take out this tank. Tanks. No! Okay. There's only one thing left for it. We've got to swim for it. Might be able to pull the win out of my hat. Nice! Yep. I still hate post-second edition Necrons, but just because of the lore. Like, I love Necrons, I fucking love them, but I just wish that they didn't go the whole, like, Egyptian lore. I've been watching a lot of the like tabletop videos on YouTube. All the new codexes. I reckon they've kind of done the right thing. It's just that now they've backed themselves into the corner with the Necron law.
They're supposed to be sold as Terminators.
No! I got bombed in the water. GG, we're fucked. Game over. Yeah. It's endless enjoyment. Even playing single player. I'll see if I can get this fighter before he runs me over. Whoa! Got it. Speaking of pilot protection, gotta be wearing a condom while you're flying this thing. Yeah. Gotcha. Oh, okay, yeah. God. Yeah, like go like a I know it's kind of difficult, eh? Like the successor chapters and everything. I gotta be careful to avoid the machine guns that are on these boats, because if I go in front of one of those craft, they can shoot me down in seconds. Not enough speed. Oh shit. Oh, no. Shit. No, fuck. Oh. Oh, they're losing tickets fast. They haven't got a point yet. So far, so good. As soon as they start landing, though, we're in big trouble. There we go. Oh no. They shot me almost instantly. Might have to land and repair. After I kill some. Really hard to say. Probably wood elves. I love the wood elves. Derp. Main tree man. I mean, come on, tree man. Oh no, we've lost the point. It's going to be tricky. They're attacking from here. They're going to grab the point I'm spawning at next. Oh no, we got it back. That's really lucky. Where are they? All good choices. Out of ammo. Gonna find some ammo. Ammo. The APC's got ammo. Oof. If it doesn't blow up. Fuck! You can also get ammo at the forts. I don't think you can repair them though. No. Once the forts are dead, they're dead. I think there's ammo up here in this box. Yep. Can't believe we actually finally managed to win. Did I lower the difficulty or something? Oh, never mind. Nearly got him. Okay, he's only in on me too. And there's a boat landing. Yes. 30% hit ratio. 260. Oh my god, so many even numbers. Yeah, so a good one. If you've never played the original Battlefield before, Battle Axe is probably a good introduction. One sec, I'm just going to go to the toilet. Also, I don't know if you saw that I finished the model that I was working on as well. So I finished the actual 3D model. I have not finished all of the texturing and stuff yet, but I did most of the UV unwrap meshes. So that's the plane. As you can see on the bottom, I've still got to work a little bit on the texturing there because it's a bit warped. Yeah, it's a test. So when you're doing 3D modeling and stuff, you got to do something called UV unwrap meshes. I don't know if you've yeah. So if I jump into here, right, that's like the UV unwrap mesh. So this is corresponding to different parts on the vehicle. It's like unwrapped like a box. And there's a couple of parts which need to be tweaked. So if I select like the back faces here, and then I pull it up in here, you see it's like that part. And like that's where the texture is applied. And because of the way it works, it's still kind of warped. And it's also warped about here. As you can see, like we're looking at the test all over it, like if I do a quick render, right? So a 3D model. It looks good except for like right at the back and here. So I've got to redo that bit. No, not heresy. It's just like how you actually do it. So I've got to remake the kind of like redo a little bit of it. But the first plane's ready almost to put into the game. Now, Battle Axe is let's just call it a melee. You'll love it. I'll go axes. I'll try and grab an aircraft. I don't know if I'm going to get one. They've already grabbed the tanks down at spawn, but all the spawn points are like right next to each other. This is like the Battlefield 1942 version of Metro.
Metro.
Yeah. But you can't hear my cat purr unless he's like really, really into it. He's very quiet purr. Like you stick your head next to him and you can hear it. Oh, this thing flies so much better. Okay. Still getting shot, but... Whoa. Killed. See if I can steal one of their planes. My plane! It's not a Spitfire like a Mustang though. That's the only thing. Just wait till I got this shit modded back up, man. Like this plane used to have 6 different machine guns. Whoa, enemy. Whoa, lucky. Yeah, I gotta turn the volume up a bit. Gotta get that tank. Kill. Metro! Oh shit, there's so many of them around. All these guys. Yeah, because like it's old enough you didn't have sights. Oh! You can still cop a rocket to the face though. Nah, you can, if you were to make a sight in this game and make it work, it would have to be part of the actual physical model of the weapon. And it's virtually impossible to code. I'm trying to think of any examples that can. I'll show you. So, like, this is a sniper rifle back in the old game, and I will need to duck off soon because I will have to sober up a bit. But so if I grab a sniper rifle, that's aim down sight. So if you were to add like an aim down sight thing, it's basically just that. So you can create a model that goes in front of it when you zoom in, but it doesn't like transition into like looking through the scope. You can't do that with this game engine. We're losing! It's actually why I picked this one, because I knew we wouldn't win it ever. There's only one way to win it. You gotta be in tanks. There's an artillery piece over here. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. But still, like, look at how much more advanced, like, tracks and stuff are. Right? And if I actually fire the gun, right, it recoils and everything. Yeah, like, there are a lot of things that were taken away from Battlefield after Battlefield 2 that made Battlefield what Battlefield was, and since then it's all been downhill. Battlefield Bad Company 2 was alright, Battlefield Bad Company 3 was okay, and since then it's been utter shit. I don't care what anyone says about Battlefield 4. It's nowhere near as good. And there's a tank. I'm out of it. Like not even being able to scope in and actually get a headshot, right? The reason for that is because of sway. You gotta stabilize, and the stabilization isn't hold down shift to stabilize. It's got to do with your movement. It's got to do like with how far you've turned. Yeah, it's a lot more hardcore. I gotta cross the lines and take some of the points in the back. We're about to lose. There we go. I'll do Gazelle the next. Like Battle Axe is just like a good example of like a really close range map. That's true. Yes. And unlike in other games, getting ammo is not as easy as just running to ammo. You know, or like having ammo on your character as well as a rocket launcher. When you the tanks have an ammo limit, the planes have an ammo limit. So you've only got a certain amount of bombs. And what you do, like the realism mods, is you actually make it so that the planes carry the amount of bombs and the amount of machine gun rounds that they actually carried in real life. It means like after the planes go in and strafe a target and bomb it, they got to go back to an airbase to get more ammo. Well, you can find it in me. Exactly. Gaze is difficult. That's a hard one. we'll go Gazala. A classic Gazala. Go Axis. I mean, look how different this map is compared to the crap that they put out. They released the map called Gazala, and it's actually LMN, right? They know so little about Battlefield that they actually released a map with the wrong name and the wrong actual spawns. But yeah, Gazala was like the primary tier map. LLMain, and that's the one that they did was for the portal. Just gonna have a couple of puffs and I'll put this out because I'm about to have some good fun. Actually, I'm looking forward to it. I think they've done the right thing by including all the different types of chaos. I mean, at least now they've got all the different, factions. But the one thing about Total War is that it's a DLC nightmare. Like, I won't make any comments about pirating, but should you really have to pay $300 or $200 to pay a strategy game when they can put all that shit in and release it with the base game? So I'm just saying, like, yeah, they'll release it with the base factions, but it's not going to have the rest of the factions. And I can already tell you that they've basically already got all the other factions included. It's not like they're updating the codexes. Yep. Ah, there's my target. Yeah, true. Oh shit. Yeah, they just charge way too fucking much for it. Like if they do the same thing that they did with Total War, like 2, then oh, shit. Whoa, going down. Taken out by AA. They can't even get AA right in Battlefield. Seriously. Like compared to how it used to be. Like this. Stuka. Yeah, we're gonna take that point back. Yeah. I got 2 enemy fighters chasing me. I mean, it can go well with Tyranids. Also Chaos. So, it's not too bad. It's good for fleshy parts. Even like raw wounds on Nurgle. Like on the guts that are poking out and stuff. Alright, time to cap this fight. I'm gonna get bombed, but fingers crossed. Oh yep, gonna get bombed. Oh shit. Need to get up on that AA gun. Yeah. Oh shit. Wait. Our people are in it? Somehow we stole their bomber. What? Oh. Shit. Tank. I don't know how we stole their bomber because that should be impossible for the AI to do. Whoa. I mean, I'm running it on a computer that's 20 years newer than the game. And I just took him out with a landmine. Woo. I reckon I could sneak in one more drink. Yeah, so Battle Axe is one of the hardest maps to do against hard AI. So we're outnumbered 2-1 and we're winning. Pretty sure I'm about to get blown out of existence. Artillery up there. It's 2 of them. 2 units of artillery. keeping their soldiers pinned down there. That might be helping. More landmines. Run! Oh no, there goes the artillery. We've got to capture a point. Look at our tickets drop. Top right, 190, 189, 87, 85. Holy shit. There's only one way to win. Yep. Shit. Lucky. It's old AI. You gotta give him that. Whoa. That said, fucking hell. Fuck! We're still fucking losing. Motherfucker. No! 29 kills, 2 deaths. Just lost. Let's go Omaha. This will be good. This is the map I modded the most out of on the mod I made. So I might restart, but I'll just quickly tell you exactly what I did. So I made, like, say we got a destroyer spawning off here with landing craft going in. I made it so we had like a landing craft like that was the size of a destroyer like this, that drove right up to the beach and spawned tanks with arms mounted to the transport craft and went. It was dropping tanks on the beach. I had amphibious tanks coming out of the water. When I say amphibious tanks, I mean tanks that were not on top of the water, they were underwater, and they were driving up from out of the water onto the beach. The pathfinding was horrendous, but I managed to get it working. This was the first Battlefield Rush map. They still haven't made a map like it. I don't know how I'm going to do it without all the vehicle reinforcements I usually have. That's the only thing. Because usually when we rush this thing, we've got tanks coming out of the water. Come on. No. Now imagine back in the day, 20 years ago, this shit was blowing our minds. Like, because it was that good. You can play it single player or multiplayer. Since Battlefield 2, you haven't been able to play multiplayer. You used to be able to tell them to bail out too. Request pickup. You used to be able to get them to jump out of the tank. just cap this point. When you reload, you waste a magazine. Realism. Whoa. Nearly got there. Go medic, so I've got something like automatic to work with. I keep on forgetting that my primary weapon is on 3, not 1. Yep. Damn straight. We're in. Oh! Felt like 5 seconds. Alright. Like the AI, right? They really know what they're doing. Like, they might appear stupid a lot of times, but it's just because they can't really deal with bunkers and stuff like that very well. When it comes to actually, like straight on fight, they're actually pretty good. And they do have, like their accuracy is determined by, percentages. So, it's not like when they're shooting at you, you gotta be lucky. Whoa, fucking hell. Because he had his rocket launcher out, he couldn't change weapons in time. Alright, let's go again. Try and hold it until they can all spawn. All the enemies are going to be running for me now. There's like 20 of them at least. Fuck. Yeah, exactly. Because he could see that tank down the beach. It was a high threat. So he was running up to try and take out the tank. He didn't realise that we were here. I've got grenades too. I should start using them. Okay. Starting to get some spawns. People are coming. Go, go, go! Go, 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 go! The only bad thing about the AI is they have to use the pathing, so they have to come through the trenches. They can't just jump down. But they could steal that tank we've got over there. They get even close to that, they can jump in. So like the AI that they have in 2042 at the moment, it's rudimentary, and it's literally only a couple of steps better than their AI in 1942. Obviously there's no destruction, so I can't just drive through a fence either. I could hold here and would probably win. It would take a while. We'll wait for everyone to catch up and we'll push. I can only depress so far. And the AI is actually repairing me. But I'm nearly out of ammo. And yes, friendly fire is the thing. $20 versus $40, I reckon we've got this in the bag. Cool. We've got a tank. Our destroyer is still getting kills. Watch this shit. Let's see if I can jump in. I can't remember where you get in. There's actually an entry point. There is actually a way to get through it. You gotta rush it. You gotta be very lucky. I'll see if I can do it. We will lose if I fail. Most likely. Alright. Shermans are fast. You just gotta do it right. Run! Oh my god, I fucking think I did it. Oh shit. Did it. Obviously you're not going to do that in a multiplayer game, but that's how you do it. No! We're still gonna win, because like I killed enough of them on the way up. I'll try it one more time. Tank respawned. I think someone's just about to jump into it. If I can get into it, then I can take it over. Beautiful. Bail out. Nah, they're not going to let me do it. Oh. Fuck's sake. Gotcha. See, they're actually trying to target the stuff up on the top of the hill, and they're missing. Roadblock. Here, let me fix this roadblock for you guys. I can shoot those from here as long as I get the tank. And then they'll stop trying to shoot them. They're just really bad shots. kills. How they'll all advance. And that's a win. Alright, I gotta bail. I do have work later today. I shall be back tomorrow after work. Continuing on with the modding. And, yeah, so the cream for orcs. I mean, like, if getting rid of fungal was that easily done, then, yeah. But yeah, I actually root for the orcs. I think once they actually get past the whole war stage, and like they get a sufficient tech level from the war, then I reckon they might be decent to deal with. I mean, obviously the old ones developed them, and the old ones could deal with them. So, but anyway, I shall catch you tomorrow. Lakunoch, have a good night. Rest in peace myself. So I've got it. Yeah, it's not too bad.